Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to me playing Miles Edgeworth Investigation State's Attorney. Nailed it. You may be wondering why I am starting an hour later than usual, and to that, I actually have a really great explanation for that. I slipped in. Yep, that is the only reason. Sometimes that happens. We're human. We're all human. We're all fallible, and I was up late last night playing new Pokemon games. So basically, I'm an idiot. Who's bad at planning, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's jump into Larry's assertion. So you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. To top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Because you're an idiot, Larry. Hey! Someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this not as a confession, but as testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on the... Long as Edgepoo is alive, I can just drop him and be unfairly early. I was tempted just a tiny windy love for my Edgepoo, which appear stay completely true to my beloved. Ah! I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I have no idea what happened to my accent right there. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy? Everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry? But I understand your point. Yeah, see? I'm totally pro this now. Very well, Larry. If you wish to see the evidence, let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. You think that all I wanted was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was the case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then to top it all, I became a suspect of murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through such humiliation on purpose? Larry, you buffoon. Larry, don't you even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on from her above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing. You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. Larry, I suggest you take a penmanship lesson. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing. There, isn't that childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off of this crime scene. Edgy saved me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It's fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. So they set me up. Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean. Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. All we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours, and we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life! It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. But you already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. Take that! This autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry! I did it because it was dropped. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Minty's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. The mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Minty a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down from the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. You do not have the guts to commit murder, Larry. Edgy, you're... Oh! We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ah! In any case, I believe we can say that we know now exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butt sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet. So don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Oh, hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. You can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the bloodstained samurai sword that was led to the crime scene, as long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Row, row, row. Oh! Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. Oh my, I think the barking has... giving me the hiccups. Hiccups are the worst. I'm well aware that, and you should be as well, that the upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumpler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got! I can easily point out this contradiction in the supposed murder weapon, but the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble, and this is one game I can't afford to lose. Why, Larry? I was the one who found the body of the victim demasked. Demasked the second. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the steel samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus I found the murder weapons owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? Hey Maddie, nice to see you. This owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence. You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. Oh, come on! I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. Our Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocent is to present irrefutable evidence. Well, let's have a look at the evidence, because it's been a while. Proof of my profession. That's not. Two countries share the building. Check them. Still produce very luxurious Utopian paper, which is known for its. The rugged paper is sole producer of Babyliss ink, which is made from white crystal. They are also known to be generous. Yeah, that's fake autograph. We've been over that. This is not really related to this one. This thing was definitely smuggled across country lines. The autograph's key will already been. Both countries came to own the real one. Natural treasure only. Dark related to smuggling of Babyliss ink appears to point to Mr. Cochin. So how would the real murder weapons handle? It's a blade has yet to be found. Crystal Babyliss ink, made with Babyliss ink, this far weapon that used in the States, Larry hit against the wall. Okay, into the room. Oh, this is the other one. Photo with the steel samurai. Shows the statue was moved. Request for theft at the Primodoc statue. And the Master Second's murder weapon. And this old bag's shirt. And the samurai dog with blood on it. And I was the one who found the body of victim in Demasked the Second. So you were the first to discover the body this time? This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babel. And your secretary, Agent Shina, was ready to accuse her of the murder for that. Ha! So you're going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. But in the Babylese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different since we know exactly where the weapon is. Besides him was the samurai sword glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Do I have to spell it out? Well, I mean the sight of and smell of blood, of course. I'm going to taste the blood. I read that as taste. Evidence with blood on it. According to the tests, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. It's always made to only be used on the stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. Besides him was the samurai sword covered in the victim's blood. I don't have much related to the second mask. Specifically, that's kind of a frustrating situation. So the sword is covered in the victim's blood. Yeah, the lab results confirmed that the blood on the sword matches the victim's. But the sword is as dull as a vanilla envelope. It's just a stage prop after all. The Steel Samurai is all about safety first, so you can't use it like a real sword. The Steel Samurai has spoken. Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally. What? The Pink Princess would like to say? Can wait for the day after eternity. Anyway, my point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it's certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death. Therefore, I suspect that he beat the victim to death with that thing. About the samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blood on the sword belonged to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of this wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well? I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence' true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No. Good. Now let's continue. I'm supposed to be in the samurai's dressing room, but I found it here. Which piece of evidence? It's not the samurai sword, I'm pretty sure. Is it this one? This is definitely the best one. Was this character? Was Country Lines? Is it the Alabastian weapon? It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Larry has already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here and I left it behind accidentally. So what? You lied earlier, so who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie? But we get stuff all the time, right? Ed, you tell him. Why don't you tell him yourself? You see, what did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse. Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth. And yet you offer it up as fact. You're a worse person than I thought originally. You're free to think what you like. However, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner. The suspect Larry Butt's in here too. That's because he's the owner of the weapon, therefore he must be the killer, is it? No, climbing all the way up to the chimney is plainly suspicious in my book as well. Regarding that, I have already drawn the truth out, and the truth is one that thing I don't bend. It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever, you prosecutors are all the same. And as for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in. An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors. What are you playing at? Sorry, sis, but there are only two things. Trust my subordinates and evidence at the crime scene. Agent Lang hates prosecutors, but as long as he trusts evidence that has been left at the crime scene. I'm sorry, but it just dawned on me. He does not trust prosecutors, but he likes to jump to conclusions while investigating crimes. So, what? Does he just expect everyone he arrests to get the what's called get the guilty verdict? Because prosecutors all are cheaters. In which case, Lang, you need to do the amount of like the amount of investigation he does is really surface level considering his grand standing with Interpol. And I'm like, if you don't trust prosecutors, you have to do the job really, really well. You're yourself, and you are not. Then there is something I can show him that he can believe him. It's simply not possible that the samurai sword is the real murder weapon. We should focus on proving that point to Agent Lang first. Besides him was the samurai sword covered in the victim's blood. I was the one who found it, so I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing. Yeah, no, this is not it either. I need to present a piece of evidence to this too. I suspect that he beat the victim to death with that thing. The best pyramid action. Really? I had to conclude that the sword was also... Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear ride. We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. Yes, murder, the sign of a hero. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a good look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai weapons are hollow. In other words, they are replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver damaging blows, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How to explain that? Ayah! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they make them out of better stuff, because the spear could bend. I was able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him. Yeah! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is still to let the chips fall down where they may. Using guesswork and taking risk in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike you, your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus I doubt his record of 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken, for no one should conceive of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. And there is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. And that may be your opinion, however I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not perfect victory, but perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the masked second without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course! What I need is evidence even Agent Lang can't refute. Sid, it's time to bring this to a close. It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. Search the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that the suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is the sword. You left no stone unturned, is that the fact? If you got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Okay, I was jumping the gun on that one. Guess I should probably press him for everything he's worth. Okay. May I inquire as to how are you able to make such a claim, Agent Lang? Lang, she says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, is a mysterious creature called man. Well then, man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing. Even with a toy-like sword, it's easy to kill a man if you hit just the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent. Well, you can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword. I know that. But as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim as much as I like. So why aren't we just waiting around for the autopsy? Legit! Why is everyone this stupid? I swear sometimes everyone in Ace Attorney games are idiots. But you must know that conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstances I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they are the much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be. And you call yourself a professional. You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible weapon in this room. There's only one other thing left. It's going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now. You're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon. This is a crazy notion. I am running out of health real quick right here. The only place where you could find blood was the samurai sword. That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. Do you have a problem with Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? Yes, I do. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. I made the mistake of not pressing every statement before I started trying to but I still know I'm right. It's the knife. I hate when this happens. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this place already, and they conclude that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course, because it's not possible that your men expected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alrighty then. I'll play along. For now. This is a real murder weapon that killed the Master II. What exactly is it? A real murder which not a single person has yet touched. It's this. The Alabastian Prima Doc statue. The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the Prima Doc statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretary may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? Oh, very well that if we did that, there'll be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. The two countries record quarries related to treefers in the balance. Or a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'd be damned if I let something go unexamined. Major Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statues facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words! He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Ah! Lang Shi says, just go already. Yes, sir. Shifu? Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Prima Dog statue. I see. Right, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak to with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and fail, but that old man is one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis of mine is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? We're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'll be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, less talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run an luminal chemiluminescence test of the statue. A luminal test? Good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the masked second. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate that if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the masked second, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay then, knock yourself out. Catching. With the sword drawn and ready, there is a certain aura of valor around him. Lang Shi says, those who hold a great sword holds an equally strong will. It's said that the weapon holds reflects the strength and will of one's character. I wonder if this was created as a show of country's majesty. Oh, then what does Francis Whip say about her character? It says that I'm ready to exact punishment on those who would break the law. Why are you glaring at me? I thought you understood that I'm not the killer. I believe in your case your wish is to exact punishment before anything else happens. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you're doing under here? Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belongs to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensics guy, I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prince, we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know, the victim of the murder in the Babalese embassy? The prince belongs to him, to Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Bruno statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babel's Primodox statue. Impossible. It can't be. Ayah! Larry never once set foot on Babelese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastian knife in Babel. And Dimas Singh was killed on Alabastian soil with Babel's national treasure. And the mystery of the great Vidyadharasu who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. March 14, 9:21 p.m. open air stage. I've left the Damas second investigation to Francisco and returned to Babel. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babel's statue. Mr. Edgeworth? So, Kay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. The investigation's so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We aren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then, would you care to give me an update on your investigation? We had a really fun time, sir. Anyway, zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. You have permission to enter the Alabastian embassy, is that correct? Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with the investigation on both sides, sir. Good, in that case I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess mask. Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. If I don't, I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that I lost the value given to the detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai autograph was scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by a fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. Which means, what do we have? Embassy guide, notes of Cochin, Alabastian knife. Still have most of it. A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. And they're the exact same thing. No way! From the structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a physics perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. Except that it is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they are for renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter. Hey, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, that was a pretty good play on words there. Oh, Gami, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that. Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? No, it's not like that, sir. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show. I should think it would be a bad idea for thieves to show their face to the world. No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush? The scent of treasure, not at all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it. I'm not with what? No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic. Perhaps for a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You really think so? That prosecutor we met at Gatewater Land seemed to be pretty active. Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Well... I take it he found nothing of any particular use as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Palladino. Oh, and what is this something interesting? This, sir. Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green? Apparently, if you burn the special wood crystal oil that they only make in Babel, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is deployed to force people to visit Babel should the oil run out. Hey Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it'll project the images. Oh, silhouettes. They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Oh, you got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all this fun stuff? Oh, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open air states, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's also attract that extra bit of attention of Babel. I heard that tonight over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Albert was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Coaching told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately I wasn't able to. Because of the fire that the Argrasso started. Exactly. Ambassador Palladino, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primodox statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that the Alabasta and Babel used to be one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. But the Primodox statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed onto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. And now it's here, in Jamaica. For whatever reason, because we rather have it in an embassy in a random country than in on our own soil. It was bequeathed onto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about the claim. We hold the rule statute, therefore we hold the right to rule. It is the reasoning. Pretty pity when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabasta and Babel were to re-establish relations, wouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. Prologue statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Palino knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps you try showing him the key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Palino, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? Next year I expect you'll be coming to Babel, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manikochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. It was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand smuggling ring right under my nose, but completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Kojin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Beverly's representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's event proceeded without a hitch, our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Ambassador Palino, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Prologue statue sitting in Alabaster right now actually belongs to Babel. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect the Babel's Prologue statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely an Alabaster statue. I know because it's the real statue. They're saying that Babel's was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babel, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out! Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. Now that's the gist of it, yeah. Babel is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and the things that enter their country. Meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the 2 countries. And it's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yaragarasu? In one way or another, the Yaragarasu is connected of this, I am sure. Now then, where was the Yaragarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden in the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of the boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yaragarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it is vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it will be of any use? There's a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is it? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'll be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. time to go check Alabast. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabast now, but I know, I'll go back to Babel and do some more investigating there. March 14, 9:58 p.m. Rose Garden. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. How are things in Babel? I was guessing it was either her or Wolfman, and I was guessing which voice to do. How are things in Babel? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and the girl. The investigation into many coaches' death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will. Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in the Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. Shadow of the mysterious thief appeared and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire at the Babylese embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single failure from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics, this pool of water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. Fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case.
Oh!
How dare you surprise me like that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, hey Edgy, thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for personal enjoyment.
I know that. Do you really think I'm that type to just jump into a pool and swim around in it for fun?
In a probably very expensive theater costume, might I add? Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool?
Nice guess, but no dice.
So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son. Guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador.
And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw her.
You imbecile. How can you be so flippant as to time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway?
Huh?
How old is he again? No, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother?
The mother? The chick, the pink princess.
The princess.
Miss Von Karma, I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yeah, because I'm the Steel Samurai, through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son.
You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. I shall...
Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of here. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. The statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring...
It says that the statue of the queen who spoke of love to the Queen Primadux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I open my mouth about a statue and she somehow makes a leap. Leap to that. There's an overturned spotlight here. And the Yatagarasu appeared. The audience that was waiting for speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu.
However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor souts were hit instead. The statue bears a resemblance to Plymouth statue. Like says King Plymouth in the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, King Plymouth put his life on the line and went to war. So Plymouth was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. But what surprises me is that the real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. Fortunate spot. Same dialogue as before. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chairs prepared for him should have begotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who speak at assemblies. This is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. That's such a poor planning. If there was no certain place other than the spot to the pool, they really should have made sitting arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense the consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time. Yes, and although I suspect the audience would like to sit down after a while. That does seem to be the gist of everything. How's the investigation proceeding on your end? Langshi says that's top secret. If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir! And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the prison. Make a line. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After all I left, you receive word from Ambassador Alba. We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, I received word from headquarters to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can't be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You're working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yargarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief all right, with my own 2 eyes. The Yargarasu was always there lurking in the shadows, but when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yargarasu" rang out. The next second the spotlight went out, and by the time we got to the area lit again, the thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we do not know. But one thing's for certain, Yargarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes. All you saw was a shadow. Then it's entirely possible that his shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or our audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone's, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a possible hypothesis. The appearance and disappearance shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expect to know less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by the statue? Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're correct, however, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by the only one part?
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all out over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in panic state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, do you believe that the two statues would create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up the spotlight to cast the shadow of King Primodox and the battlefield, the shadow of the King Primodox would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, we set light up on the queen who spoke of love to King Primodox. Her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop of the stage. Ah, so if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks like nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? It actually looks kind of horrifying. Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shone on the Queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the King's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the Queen, I don't believe the whole shadow is needed. Now, the person who created the shadow only used one part of the shadow. Only one part. Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why did you say so in the first place? You're right, I apologize. And what part of the Queen's shadow would complete the Yatagarasu?
Take that!
Go back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right, it can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight position so that it only shines the Queen's left hand? Right, let's give it a try. See what we get. It's... yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The crawler must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. Other people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. The panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which meant that the shadow was constructed from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabasta tonight. The only country that thief visited was Babel, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabasta. An accomplice, but who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving the case is the existence of this accomplice. How's the investigation going? Oh, hey! It's a bat. Have you come to join in the investigation of the Yatagarasu? I left the murder in Agent Lang's charge, and my old target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes. So what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, She's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What in the world? Yatagarasu is flying through the air. Times they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It's taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. This was taken after the fire. I betcha it was probably a lot of hearted who took that picture. The blur in this picture took off from the Beverly's embassy, flew over the boundary and headed for the embassy of Alabasta. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Was that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Too, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Now we're up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph. Well, the Yatagarasu took off from Beverly's embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babel investigation for a bit. Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. March 14, 10:37 p.m. Beverly's Embassy Secretariat's office. I think after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. I am Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palladino. I have yet to find his killer. And I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Palladino. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Sure, please feel free to investigate your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it'll bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Palladino. You're a total gentleman. Aw, you don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Palladino. Those two sure get chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person we spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Master Kochin's killer. We don't know that yet, however, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key of the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it, that woman is almost definitely Mr. Kochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bat. Uncle Bat is taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bat. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. The national symbol of Babel is drawn here. There's nothing strange about it. Not what I want to talk. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask you about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight. Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Beverly's embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the German Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the German Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floor of our embassy caught a fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the German Ninja show was the second one. Then the fire after the German Ninja show was the second one of the night. The building is on fire. We should keep the secret to not panic anyone. Yeah, that sounds like a brilliant idea. What? What? And this incredibly disregard of people's safety? What? And the fire after the German Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly. So the fire witness was the second one. And to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was the photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires, and the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. But then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained onto this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. And that's how, did I put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Palladino. Sorry, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Coach's action and whereabouts were as well. Yeah, well, let's see, I've been quite busy all day from the morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roast breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you like a condensed version. Alright, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Coach and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the German Ninja. For Manny, I wanted to turn it into a photo op. We were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Coach's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Bruno statue and the Baby's knife was set down here. I see. Oh, but hiding didn't take much really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been real pain though, huh? How about that? Kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Beverly's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Suddenly you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. It honestly just shows how great friends they were, which is like kinda cool. Seeing people who work together like that being on good terms like that. Like if you can say stuff like that to your boss, then you know you're on good terms with him. But yeah. Now then, if you could tell me what your and Mr. Coaching did out this afternoon. Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the floor alone. They were together until the start of the Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the 3 of us, Ambassador Albert, Steel Samurai and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor. Prepare for my handshake photo up with the jamming media. It seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. You didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of this samurai show. Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Palladino, thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where the Master II was killed. What? You don't mean the Master II? Oh, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though the Master II was merely an imposter of the original. Because this area was heavily damaged to the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and start examining everything. There's a bottle of Avalese ink on Mr. Cochin's desk, and it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Miss Palladino, it looks like your precious Avalese ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on the statement for me, please? I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Miss Cochin's bottle of ink.
Well, I was standing all the way over here, so I can't really see it that well in the other end of the room. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babyliss ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also be burned green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? There's only one book left standing, Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that! Oh, I see. The only part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? It looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burned. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought the paper would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it'll look like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabas, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codobia. And there's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. Manny Cochin, his name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to sit a nameplate on one's desk. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Babel sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind. What else? And I steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as, that's the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now.
It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. And we already went over that. Because there's 2 instances of that apparently. It looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting on it? No, I better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at the crime scene. That's because I'm a prosecutor and it's part of my job to examine things. My job is to be the great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. That would apparently be everything. Or maybe not. Oh, right. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can riffle through the destroyer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. It seems that the contents of the drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood constructions. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. This was somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right! What is it? It looks like something straight out of a Monument Valley. Oh yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Professor Polino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see, in that case. Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabasta. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Dimas II. Dimas II did this note? Yes, it was a request from Mr. Coolidge for Dimas II to steal the Primadox statue. What? Manny tried to steal the Alabasta Primadox statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask the Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like that. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be a great help, Ambassador. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Dimas II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were determined that the statue was the real one as part of today's event. But because of the Aragasta, the fight here that got cancelled, didn't it? Yeah, I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. You see, Babel's statue, well, it's just a replica. Did Mr. Cochin know that about Babel's Primadox statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd had to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yeah, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codobia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. When I saw that note, I realized that he was being serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codobian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was and or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you after all. What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, detective. Oh, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Ben.
What do you mean?
As prosecuting detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry, I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yakuza just like my father, right?
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answer to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet! What now, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean little thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm not asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of the evening, when no other bird dares to take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Kay saw used as well.
Ooh, what is this? There's some sort of light show I was not told about. It is the power of the true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? This is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday.
I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Palladino saw.
With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in.
Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out?
Yeah, the fire died out or something by that time.
Then the fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor, until the other gas appeared and caused a stir and babel, I suppose.
I guess Mr. Palladino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, you can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course.
I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Coach's killer.
That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here.
You know, maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Well, whatever it is, that person burned it. Made a rather sizable fire.
And since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean.
Yes, and I do believe that you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire related to the piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames.
Pro tip here, don't pink the ink. Pink the lantern, even though it's the same thing.
Take that! This silhouette lantern, its green flames come from the white crystal oil it's burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
I think we now established that the green flames were caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from white crystal oil.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Palladino was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing that made from white crystal oil that Ambassador Palladino was mistaken about. Take that! Beverly's ink was made from white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Beverly's ink,
because we found the ink Mr. Coaching used in the desk, right?
Yes, however, we know that Mr. Coaching was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is an answer to what gave birth to the green flames.
Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I would rather appear that I finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Beverly's ink, this is the source of the green flames. Take that! What would you consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Shangfa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babel's printing press. Ambassador Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crimes. But they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. His grandfather clock was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to the staff members, the clock was flushed against the wall before the fire started, which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it is totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. That's odd. It was still chiming right on every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanism or something. Ambassador Palino, may we take a look inside the clock? Sure, go on right ahead. To Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir. I'm on it, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like the length of a wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what is a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Palino that put the wire in there, and perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. It looks like one of those Babyliss knives was already missing before the fire began. It would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babel's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babel, don't you think? Not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babel's woes. It's the charred remnants of this fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yeah, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record. Let's see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Babel is really into pushing the tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip here. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? You already have a destination in mind. Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. But if you want to learn the fine arts of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jammy Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe you took me seriously. You can see the Alabastion embassy through the window. A fireplace. So Babel's office had them too. Two? There's a fireplace in the relative same location in the Alabastion office. Oh, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that undershirt in that fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You can climb inside and we can play hide and seek? And come out covered in soot, I think not. Oh, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that the desk is largely unchanged from before the fire. Yeah, it just got a little burnt, that's all. A very fine desk, I'm sure that even now it's still unusable. If it's that great, why don't you trade your desk with it? No. It's just a suggestion. You didn't have to get all monosyllabic on me, you know? What the heck kind of word is that for a teenager to use? So by this time the Pudak statues had already been swapped, right? They must have been. And this one is covered in soot. What lousy timing, and just as the two hunters were about to become friends again too. It would have been better if I had stolen it than for it to get caught up in that fire. Okay, I think I understand your sentiment. However, if you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right? If you could please stop stealing my lines. Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct?
It sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I had remembered to use the stairs at that point, I have been burnt to a crisp.
Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh. Maybe someone wrote it in the fit of panic? Hey, did you see the Yargarasu that came into the Beverly's embassy at all?
I didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective.
Second fire broke out around the time the Yargarasu was spotted in Alabasta. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babel, which caused some panic.
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yargarasu that entered Babel?
Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know.
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. The person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yargarasu that appeared in Alabasta was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yargarasu that appeared in Babel is also suspect. You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. Callisto you. So the Yargarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Koji, then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yargarasu?
I did, but, well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there.
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective.
I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard the scream, I headed towards it right away.
Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Koji's body.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
And it was thanks to Gami that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. You covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon.
It's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did.
I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here.
Well, just before I got into this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door.
Agent Sheena mentioned something about taking out the grass herself earlier.
Well, she apparently helped putting out the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yargarasu.
She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
Examined everything in this office, but there's one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Pellegrino about it. Ambassador Pellegrino, there's something I'd like to ask you about.
Yes?
About this office, it appears very similar to the Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right, you also paid a visit to the Ambassador side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one.
Yes, I know.
Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is literally symmetrical. No matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the light are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo up with the jamming ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babel's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabasta, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connected what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. The Alabaster and Beverly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? An alabaster fireplace turned out to having a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are we waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? Now the best I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see. An X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Oh, you scared me, sir. There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? But we found an X where you thought that there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? This points out exactly what's so contradictory about the fireplace as it currently is. Slightly wrong spot. That's annoying. Ambassador Palino, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case... Oh my fucking god, now I can't unsee it, Sam. Why would you do that to me? Fireplace has a star. Take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Where did all the ashes go? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Palladino is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Hey, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add it in the ashes from the burned files and... Sounds like we pretty much figured out everything out, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know. There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. I'm doing pretty okay, Sam. Thanks for asking. The new Pokemon games came out, so I've been playing that a bit. Although right now I'm playing Ace Attorney. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Palladino said that he spilled some Beverly's ink while he was burning the files. And yet there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Coach's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Nice, Sam! Chase is awesome. Escape through the revolving fireplace. The person Kay was chasing used the fireplace to escape into the next room. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, Detective Agent Sheena. It looks more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochan. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she's hiding something from us. Okay, then why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis and demand seconds note. Okay, I'll get the Black Boys on that right away. Then I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Lol?
Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now! We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it! Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Beverly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Except I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
He does look too big to get in the fireplace. Imagine if he got stuck in there and the game just ends like, I guess we can't examine the fireplace. Gumshoe stuck.
And your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. So now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. So is the Yardgrass's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, and the two villains that made it across the border. The key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth. I know our pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show off your fancy smancy logical deductions. Show off. Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? It's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answers should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? that is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir.
Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Would honestly have been hilarious if he had gotten stuck. But he didn't.
Looks like you use that fireplace like a door, sir.
Are you alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust. That's all.
The jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir.
I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
But oh no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned. But you know.
I see. Very well done. As you wish. So because Gumshoe, you've been wearing that coat for 7 years. You care about it. Just admit it. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is? I will have to explain to you later. Right now we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis on this coach's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the PA from Neutralis along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. March 14, 11:33 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Agent Lang.
Lang, she says, little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves.
Kay, we're to ignore what you just said or you will be arrested for all the picklocks in town. It's always such a delight having you around, Sam. Your humor is amazing. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean?
It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made the Babalese ink. They were all of Xing Fa denominations.
Yes, so I heard from Miss Van Kama. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned then.
Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Xing Fa is in a financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I stake the honor of the House of Lang on this. And have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess.
The code dirty code he doesn't care about but cares about, compared to the doesn't care about but cares. And yeah, those sunglasses are an insult to fashion. There's nothing short of that. Like, they are an insult to fashion, just straight up.
I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Xing Fa, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Kirkus, you fool! Curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador.
Hey Kay, would you take a look at the fake bill? Not that you would know anything about it, of course. It's just to get an outside point of view.
Hey, you're being too hard on yourself, Mr. Ambassador.
I really need to have this headphone stop falling out of my ear. It's really annoying.
I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den.
Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment of your time, please.
You Wolfman and the secretary lady, hold it! Objection, pal!
Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already?
Yup, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir.
Just as I thought. Good work, detective.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, how long do you intend to hold us up for?
Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagrasso? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed. I'd like you to explain that to us.
What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the bail investigation at all, so I suppose I would need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that little head of yours. Well, Gumshoe is being useful every once in a blue moon. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the very end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day?
You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you?
I'm not trying to pick a fight, and evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see.
Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out till the very end.
It would appear that way.
Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you got, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel, and establish exactly who it was the case saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on case testimony.
You mean the suspicious person in a coat that you saw?
That's right, that person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu.
Pretended? And what do you mean by that?
I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what this person in case saw did. Okay, if you could please explain what the person you were chasing did for us. Okay, you got it. Yeah, they definitely think they look cool when they sync remove their glasses. And yes, she did indeed put them back on. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage on the Beverly side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. And for the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the third floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way to the third floor of the Beverly's embassy. It was pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Cochin's office. I gave chase, ran into the room. When I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light. But then, I'm not good. I'm not good at high-pitched screams. I'm just gonna be honest about that. Who's there? By the time I turned on the lights, the other girls had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang?
What do you mean? Why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious?
The person slipped through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. There were no fact that the person didn't escape through the door.
Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty?
That's easy. The other class had left through that door, they would have run into this person.
Your answer is Sheena?
Honestly, probably Duke. Yes, because let's consider what could have happened if the other guys had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Coach's body, the other guys would run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the other guys could not have escaped through the door.
It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway.
I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Still, Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time?
Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Coach's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir.
So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded them, both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! You nailed him down with just the explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the other guys could have taken.
I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
Precisely.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with that revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babbly side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all this whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours, you really rubbed me the wrong way. You know that?
Oh, thank you, Sam. I highly appreciate it. I really am trying my best.
Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yargaras's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible.
Now, I realize you may not know this, but
oh, no, they weren't screaming the evidence. It kind of looked like it though.
Now, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly.
Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be the Yargaras's escape route.
I suppose not. Alrighty then. Explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Yargarasa the Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you like, in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in the photo.
Take that!
This piece of evidence proves that the shadow.
Oh, is that right? What do you think, little miss?
Gummy, what do you think?
Me? Miss Montana, what do you think, sir?
I don't get anything, because it's already known that evidence proves absolutely nothing.
Looks like you got a mutiny on your hands, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh, the last thing I needed was him laughing in my face. I need to think back to what Detective Pat told me about when this photo was taken. Alright, I forgot about that.
Take that!
Well, considering the amount of times people fly in this series, like, you would believe they could. I think there's at least 3 or 4 cases with flying people. I also like I swear, this game is often very what is it called, hypocritical about something like that. It's like, oh, it looks like someone was flying. You believe that? No, you dumb, you stupid head, you idiot. Of course people can't fly. That's supernatural stuff. But also it goes like, oh yeah, that's a ghost. Can't have it both ways. But yeah, that's an entire discussion. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagrasso Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagrasso heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Yeah, way to go! That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Yatagrasso escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you?
Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
Ha! As I thought.
However, the Yatagrasso's escape route. Now that I can explain.
You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten.
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Beverly side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead?
Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Of course. That's how courtroom proceedings works. Sometimes this game, I swear. Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Sheena!
You shielded me a lot as my boss. But it is time for me to prove my worth.
Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support.
Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Beverly's embassy? During the first Beverly's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagrasso that had appeared in Babel. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. And although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagrasso. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagrasso even exists. That's a good point. You can't look people in the eyes when they're wearing sunglasses. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Coachen's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intentions of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct?
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic!
And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner?
Ah!
Not that it is unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation, although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you, and not for a second.
And there, the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena.
Then let's put that to the test and see if you're really worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Yeah, I that felt really good, I'm gonna admit that. Getting him with his own logic like that. During the first Beverly's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort? I was in charge of the police on the Beverly's side, so I helped with them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll, and just at the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
She kinda seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she?
At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective.
Oh, I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell them what other things you're good at.
Alright. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yadakarasu that had appeared in Babel. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babel, correct? Yes, and that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babel. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. And there was no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yadakarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? Okay, so like, the Yadagarasu is a phantasmal gentleman thief. No one knows who they are! Even if you saw their face, it wouldn't confirm anything. Seriously. To be fair, Edgeworth has like a huge track record of being mean to Gumshoe. By the way, how was your investigation? Now to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigation conducted their searches on the other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. So you were in the room next to Mr. Coachen's office. I already told you I was earlier. I was examining the neighboring room. I heard the girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Coachen's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet.
Oh.
I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that.
But you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Art Grass Agent, Sheena. The prosecutors of this country are also strange. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yata-Grasso. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. Superfluous. Glasses go on, glasses go off. Actually, wait a moment. Glasses go on, glasses go off. Glasses go on, glasses go off. Sure makes it easy to take you seriously. Oh, you know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yata-Grasso even exists. I mean, that is like the only explanation for what is going on. Like, whenever the camera is off, she just puts on her glasses again. Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yata-Grasso, right? And she did try to chase down the Yata-Grasso despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yata-Grasso. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yata-Grasso. And I suppose you have proof of that movement. Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Kay's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh, then why don't you show her using that, what we found out with Little Thief? I will in due time. The escape route of the Yata-Grasso that Kay was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Sheena, then what is it that she is keeping from us right now? Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what your problem... I don't see what problem you are talking about at all.
Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace?
Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it?
Well, Alabasta isn't the only country with a secret connecting fireplace.
What?
I swear, people believe in me and that is enough. I'm a prosecutor, Kay. The fireplace in Mr. Coach's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Yata-Grasso didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. And now, do you see? If the Yata-Grasso had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yata-Grasso.
Ayya!
What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yata-Grasso, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yata-Grasso, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Coachin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Actually, I can believe Lang is a Lucario in disguise.
Gina?
That is a good point. He keeps taking battle stance, and he does look like a wolf. That laugh. I remember this irritating laughter. Oh, I'm getting the chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be.
Gina, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, but you would accuse me of being the Yaragrasso. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. You think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yaragrasso fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yaragrasso's escape route. The tone of your voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I had this much fun. I think I'll be let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know? I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either, as I answer your questions. My question? Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babel was used recently.
Take that!
Sorry, but this is really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Palladino's testimony, he said that it was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Coachman. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when they went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. I mean, between Phoenix Wright, Gordo, Manfred von Kammer, Francisco von Kammer, Edgeworth, Murph, Simon Blackwell, Sebastian the Best, and what is it called, Clavier Gavin? Yeah, they're pretty strange. Although Nayucha is also up there, and he's not from America. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palladino said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yaragrasso went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Coach's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? Ash as proof. Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court? Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at the crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I had a lot of fun today, but I've grown wary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. In my eyes, all you proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Well, you did overlook a revolving fireplace wall, so pardon me for not trusting your validity of that. Wait, what? The French translation says they're in Paris? Actually, despite how much I hate him, I need answers now. Do you know what they did with Jean Armstrong in France? Because honestly... Actually, no. Never mind, I don't need to know. Fuck Jean Armstrong and everything related to him. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. He has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence.
What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But
Kay,
pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu's name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you will get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth? With pleasure. Looks like the lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see.
I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin?
I'm ready whenever you are. In my eyes, all you've proven is that rotating fireplace wall was used.
It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So what? That should be proof enough even for you, pal.
It looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned.
Ouch. Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal.
Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one.
But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you?
So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace?
That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Okay, so Jean Armstrong is an insult to France in every incarnation of Asian, except in France where he's an insult to Italians. Noted. Objection! Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore.
Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch.
Aha. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it is meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence.
It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace.
Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to the Ambassador Palladino and Mr. Cochin.
Curses! I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so callous. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find.
I take it you have no further objections. Remember, we already finished our very thorough investigation. So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babylese embassy. Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Alabas were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagrasso. Honestly, it felt fine that she used objection. I just wish she had said something more substantial. They all put in great efforts to search for any signs of the Yatagrasso. Oh my god, sorry, I couldn't hold it! And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office's fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochins, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that, I am sorry.
You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry.
You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all.
He apologized for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss.
Are you saying that I don't do anything for my subordinates?
Nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you are a bit too strict sometimes.
That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. You're really too strict on everyone.
Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Coach's office, right?
That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coach's office.
Do you really didn't find anything?
Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find Yatagrasso's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babylese knife handle.
You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything, so there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Lang Chi says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. You see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too.
That's a large family you have there.
Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family.
So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagrasso used the fireplace passageway?
No, I haven't found any yet.
Then what are we going to do?
There is no need to worry, because there is one loophole in this Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first.
The one in charge of the Babylese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, as well she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there is one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. What do we have to work with here? Docs relating to the Clovian Empire, Babylese knife handle, swap with the real murder weapon, its blade has yet to be found. Gonna press again just to get an... That's not what it's saying. You really didn't find anything. Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagrasso's key and the documents detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babylese knife handle yet.
You see, Mr. Warren worked hard to investigate everything, so there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, you like statistics. Banshee says all men are brothers, and friends are family.
That piece of evidence we found, someone was trying to hide it. Which one was that? The wire. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything?
Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? You better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire.
And what exactly is this supposed to mean? The length of wire. So what about it?
I tell you what, we found this in the Beverly's embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Coach's office. We found that at the scene of Mr. Coach's murder. But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
In Mr. Coach's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What's in there?
Ayah!
That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? Yes, I have all of this Sang Lee's most famous quotes on the scroll. Yes, the scroll is name 100 quotes of Sang Lee. Why do you ask? Oh, Lang Shi, but now I want to know what's actually written on that damn scroll. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, every creation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. But rather, I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yadagarasu. Ah, you still suspect me, I see. Alright, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent China, and is it not possible that the reason the person Kay was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we come to see that Agent China was only pretending to be investigating the Yadagarasu to the point of arresting Kay. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Coach's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the judge, the one who decides that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. You first decided to do that now? Everyone in these games are freaking idiots. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think that Miss Sheena is the Yatagrasso? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagrasso. Can you prove she's the Yatagrasso in question? If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this, Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that immensely taxing. I had him use the same escape route as Yatagrasso. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and bubbly's ink. Who cares about his coat was covered in... It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I found some things you really need to see, sir.
Oh, so what are these things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing after was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in the room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in the room. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They are my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny me access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Lang?
Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. Yep, they never checked the room next door, even though they knew it was the escape route. I swear, as I said, everyone is bloody idiots. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good, now let us begin. Which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir?
Oh wait, that was coming. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir?
Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir.
It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Sheena, the other grass that the Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. Aha. No, you have it wrong. That stuff probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow. In the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from that fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Me, sir? What did I do?
This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
All that remains is for us to show that the dark substance of the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat.
Take that!
Bubbly's ink? Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Pellegrino, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on your coat turns out to be Beverly's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yaragarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Beverly's ink on the coat's hem. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on your coat is Beverly's ink. I'm gonna burn your coat, your private property, because I'm a nice guy. We can find out whether that is Beverly's ink or not by lighting it on fire! That's how you're going to prove that it's Beverly's ink. Yes, I got soot on my shoulders and my back when we put out the fire. I put out the fire by rolling on it, and I made it fireproof by putting ink on it. That's how you're going to prove that it's Beverly's ink. Yes, if you would please cut a section off the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. Flame?
It's the same color as the flames with crystal oil produces. Which means...
Beverly's ink is a product of with crystal oil, and when it lit... I just set something on fire in the middle of this... God! Oh, everyone is idiot. This is an embassy! You don't set things on fire in the middle of an embassy! And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yaragrasu's other wing. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yaragrasu, the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you. Yeah, she has smoke bombs. Honestly, Kay has quite the versatile amount of gadgets on her. It's amazing.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you?
Do I look like I'm joking to you? Aha. Callisto you. I haven't heard the name before in my life. The manner of speaking and that attitude. You haven't changed a bit in all those 7 years. You were the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have the proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on it. What about your crime for killing Koshin? Like, okay, we can't prove you are Callisto you. You still killed Manny Kochin! The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal the true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do, and something that the second Yellowgrass have preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth? I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this and clip this Yadagras's wings for good. It is time to smell your perfume, Callisto you. This perfume, this will prove you to be Callisto you. It will. Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle? This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. And this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if I store it under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth.
Callisto, you.
So you've shown your true face at last. Just feeling a thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Sheena, you're...
Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time.
Aha, very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Well, thank you. I'm trying my best. I hope you enjoyed that. Maniacal laughs are really fun to do, but are really difficult to nail. I hope I did. I hope it sounded okay. Callisto, you? The woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto, you. Those are one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu.
Callisto, you, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly.
You know, you're one who left the strongest impression on me. Kay Faraday. And had you not used Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Kay, don't.
You? I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday too possessed such laughable honesty.
Kay! You let Kay right in. You let Kay go right now, pal!
You despicable. Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is?
Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
Of course she has a gun. She was with the police. Like, she was just waiting to pull it, to be honest.
No, it can't be.
You finally figured it out. Chu finally knows the real identity of the Yatagarasu.
The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto U. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu.
How very perceptive of you. No way!
The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed.
Mr. Edgeworth, No, I refuse to believe this.
The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of a client's corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of the criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see? What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? I have no idea how she's that close, to be honest. Why, indeed. It was nothing personal, really. That was just another person. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow wary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Pretty good timing. Kay!
It's over, Sheena.
Your leg!
You can lang. You idiot, what were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bat, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she's my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you.
You really are an idiot. You know that?
That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey sis!
Yes.
I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her.
Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sir.
Hey, I found something.
What is this, sir?
It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective.
It is, sir?
Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs to with the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Hey, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm going to return this Babyliss knife now.
Alright. I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to the Ambassador Palino. Babyliss knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you? For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochet's murder. Aha. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochet's killer. You killed Mr. Cochet with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade off the Babyliss knife with you. Later you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? Aha. You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems in what respect? Why do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was all so I could capture for Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gate Waterland, I knew right away that you were Bern Faraday's daughter. Aha, I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochet's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you. And take back the device that it rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You're going to take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should. I have a tough time recovering that precious key. And then the person who stole the Yatagarasu key was Mr. Faraday.
You, that incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment.
Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu?
Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean?
The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochet? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling strings.
Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena?
guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Beverly's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? Aha. I suppose it was to destroy all the evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling wing was trying to do. But then why start 2 fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation, after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Actually, he walks around with that on purpose. It's to remind himself of the dangers of the cases he goes on. So he keeps the coat with all the bullet holes in it. Take one of Gumshoe's. Wait, I mean, Miss Sheena. Yes. When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. With yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that I'm as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Agent Lang.
Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything. Because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be.
His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for at the jamming ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome.
I understand. I'll take good care of them for now.
There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh?
So it's midnight, the dawn of another day.
Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years.
This is bad. Don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did. We solved everything.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring knew the Yatagarasu were chasing after.
The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth.
Lang takes a bullet to the knee very well.
Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logical, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Look cool, look cool. Don't cry, it hurts. No, look cool. I'm a wolf. Ayah! Lang, she says. I don't feel pain.
Is it really true, Uncle Bat? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bat.
Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth?
Detective Bat. Wait, no, you are no longer a detective. Miss Bat, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you.
These are
pages from my KGA case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office.
Wait,
what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
But the Yatagarasu was stolen into my room, was you, was it?
Wait, then that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. Yu was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, he let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed Yargarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. As the Amano's conglomerate, we called ourselves the Yargarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. But during that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then it was finally time. We have finally arrived at the moment when we find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister.
What? Then that means...
China wasn't the only fake name she used. Mr. Yu was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
Said it herself. It was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file, please use it wisely.
Trump card.
That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
It's the mark of the Yargarasu, but why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kochin had on him at the time of the KT8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, his CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yargarasu? Yeah, he's only holding a small lollipop.
The reason why we called ourselves the Yargarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently it burns a bright green flame when it's ablaze.
You mean the cards were written in Beverly's ink?
The fact that the card where Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hands at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
But that's what those white cards are.
The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message, the ringleader, that we were on only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Miss Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this case to you.
What is it?
This, sir, this is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence.
But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it?
The person who stole it from us years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
This video. Don't come any closer! I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Postman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. I'm gonna give this to you. Oh, that's sweet. I haven't eaten in days. I don't have money for anything because my salary has been cut again. Call. That card was not the calling card of the Aragrasso, but rather directed his card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. Two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. Evidence Mr. Portsman fought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, it's up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, but it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yargarasu. Pops, you'll never lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. I always told you. Do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. Is this really the end of a legend? Well, time for the final part of this case. We might go a bit over time tonight, looking at the time, but I'll do my best to see if I can be done by 5. If not, we're going over time. Fine. But yeah. March 15, 12:07 AM, Theatrum Neutralis Lobby. So now we know who the Yargrasso really was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons crossed country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in. We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged.
Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bat gave us.
These are evidence for the KG8 incident hidden from sight for 10 years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Mr. Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
This man, it's Manny Cochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like the footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that out? Unlike you, I actually read the summary files on the KT8 incident, and the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. This footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hid it through Mr. Ernst Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it.
But it is a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve me. Which means that this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader.
Where?
Wait, what was that? That bit you played just now, please show it to me again. Scar, this is something we cannot overlook.
Why is that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Good thing they have conveniently placed VHS readers in the futuristic setting of 2018. Why aren't people using Blu-ray or just DVDs?
Those things are really hard to come by nowadays. This is the national flag of the Principality of Cordobia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this is to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is what was a government car doing there?
Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time? Yes.
Ambassador Alba?
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. Oh, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were.
Oh, you idiot, Kirkus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put an investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down, and we are in the middle of the event of celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the other Bastion and Beverly's police?
Ambassador, we are so close, just a little more and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however. As you said, at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. This is really where our investigation ends.
Chifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Chifu, this way.
Yo.
Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
If I had laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you, but don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Ah, that's a good one. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm so glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You...
No?
The... killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Oh, wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
You're right, the lights are really bright in here.
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Lang Shi says the truth lies not at the exit but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the masked second's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma.
I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah.
Although that whip is actually quite...
Ow!
Put your tongue in that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
She doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Elba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
He did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babel, did you not?
And where is your evidence that I am the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time.
Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic has better be sound. Because I accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I requested you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet.
If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Wakama's in trouble.
Hey, Gami, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well.
But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
This case is so damn long. March 15th, 12:53 a.m. Alabastian Embassy Ambassador's Office.
Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Coden's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babel. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabasta's ornamental knives. And then body of Dimas II Ma, Mr. Kashinu, was found here in the Alabastian Embassy office.
Yep, very private office indeed.
Raw investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Primodoc statue. And this is actually the Babel statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implication of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious too. You were on the trail of the smuggling and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so while people were distracted by the Yatagrasa's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Even if that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies as well. With that kind of free reign, you could easily take in the weapons across the country lines. Hey now. Look sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring.
He's right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between the case and the ring could not be deeper than what any of us can imagine.
Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already.
Cisco, you need to calm down, because you will only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it.
What?
Oh, but don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well.
Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Dimas II. You do understand, Jumalis Edgeworth. This isn't just a conversation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Dimas II is to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. And your arrest, And your arrests, Mrs. Francisca. Seriously. As long as I have no good counter arguments to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk a thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Border crossing weapons. One of Albert's knives was used in Babel to the murder of Mr. Cochin, and the murder weapon in the killing of the Master Second Babel's Primlock statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. As long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisca will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Sir, I am the protagonist for once. Of course I will. Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country line? I work through every possibility, but there's only one that's possible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Shi never said anything to that effect. You're a prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Shi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. One of Alabaster's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon in the killing the Master Second's Babel's Primlock statue. So you're saying that the Primlock statue was also brought over by Francisca? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure that you are. Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Impenetrable? I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and Primlock statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera equipped well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Was Francisca really the only person to have traversed between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. This is there was an alabaster when the Algarasa showed up. And then just before you guys found Mr. Coach's body, she entered Babel. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babel. And how do you explain the Primlock statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primlock statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Agent Albert's knife was used in, and the murder weapon in the killing. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate. The only one punished before and after the issue. The sign of these things are rather eccentric for hairstix. Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hairsticks I have ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Looks like you stick that hairstick of yours into your hair like that. That's a secret. Curiouser and curiouser. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hairstick. I suppose. Why is the dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? Oh, why indeed? That is a really good question. How do you fit a key in your hand? I have no idea. First fight the police, Germany. Trying to get air. Proper audio of what's going on. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Okay, I'm a bit ahead of the case apparently. So I need to be confident in the facts. Let's see. The only things to cross this border are the prima dog statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. But this is only vaguely related to the statement. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? The masked second was killed with Babel's prima dog statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabaster's prima dog statue go? To Babel? Precisely, if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabaster and Babel is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One person who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But so there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed, if I pointed out, would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me the other route.
Take that!
Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. Now wolves, on the other hand, we fly fine.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within the photo's blurry trail's shadow is...
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Prima Dog statue's replica.
You can't be serious.
Yargras, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babel. He dressed the replica statue up and close and launched it through the air.
Ah, Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
I know I did.
She launched it through the air. Ha! And how exactly did she do that?
He's literally burying his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? Yeah, I know, right? Like, people can't fly, apparently. Who knew? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Albert went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
Just before the murder, Francisco was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma.
Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is in my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I'm the killer. Miss Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at that one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred.
Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if that she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl, "No!"
As you wish. Okay, it's hard to do a howl that starts with N. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in Alabastion Embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off on his own way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba into his office. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. But what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred, is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. As I said earlier, I was assigned to the guard duty in Alabastion Embassy. I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yargarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. Not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police security detail. I did all that. Then after that, after I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office. So you were at the theater as well? Yes, and suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show? Well, yes, Francisco was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked upon the security situation. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for the evening speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason would I have? No one knew just how the Yatagasa had planned on getting in, right? I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagasa did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Ach, who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Francisca. She must still be nursing a crush over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Product statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Francisco saw in this room before the crime is of incredibly importance. As I said earlier, I was assigned to the guard duty in Alabastian Embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked out the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I called back to Ambassador Albert to his office. But she doesn't say what she saw. After I saw the Steel Samurai on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit. Security. After all the preparation was in place, I was called to the office. Guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy. Nothing to refute here. After he saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. What am I missing here? I saw the Steel Samurai on his way towards the ambassador's office. Was that this room? I guess it must have been. No, I'll figure it out. I just need to be vigilant. after I saw the steel samurai off on his way. So the steel samurai on his way towards. I returned to the rose garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After preparations were in place, I was called back to the office. He doesn't say anything about. I said earlier I was on guard duty. It doesn't say anything about what she saw. She says he saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the map. So she saw the steel samurai. I returned to the rose garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. So she checked the security. That's good. After preparations, she returned. Did she check the security in the rose garden? At this point I should probably make a save in case things go haywire. Product statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Francisco saw in this room before the crime Thank God duty in Albastion Embassy after I saw the steel samurai. Too many whiplash? Yeah. What is even related? Like passion flowers? This isn't related. This part is surprisingly convoluted. But yeah. Falling fireplace. Prosecutor's Badge, Embassy Guide. Coach's body was burnt by the fire. The other prosecutor passing night. The other key. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I might be focusing on the wrong thing. I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. There's only one thing really related to the Rose Garden here. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Albert to his office. When she would have been here. When the Primodoc statues were swapped. This is one of those things where only one of the statues count. I need to make sure of that. No, that is not the case. Yeah. I was assigned to guard duty. Did he say anything important when I go through the dialogue? That was my job. But upon hearing the Argos's calling card, Ambassador Elder called upon us to protect the embassy instead. 7 years ago I have. Okay. So you were defeated, yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching the stage show. Yes, Francisco was there. Well, after the show was over, I saw the Steel Samurai off. She did see the Steel Samurai at the show. Towards the ambassador's office. You were at the theater as well, yes, and I suppose you were also watching the stage show. Yes. Turn to the Rose Garden. Why did you need to confirm the degree preparation for the speech? For security's sake, of course, but other reasons perhaps. No one knows just how the Argos plans was getting in. And in the end, the Argos just appeared Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a sham. There was no one in the Rose Garden. We were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. No one in the Rose Garden? At the time the Master Second's body had yet to be found in the room. But Ambassador Albert was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. Anything to get out of getting arrested? How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Albert was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the window's waters with his plants.
Well, I can attest to that.
Wait. I must have accidentally clicked past a piece of dialogue instead of pressing. I thought I had to press everything to continue, but because the conversation ended, I thought, but I must have missed that and been wasting time trying. Oh, this is annoying. I hate when stuff like this happens.
I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then, and that statement to your testimony, let's hear some details.
So Ambassador Albert was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Albert was watering the flowers the window still. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Elder was watering his plants at this window still? What do you mean that bad? The entrance to his room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If that what you say is true, then when you entered the room his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Albert is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe he was watering his plants, correct? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and growing them with the utmost care, you know?
Yes, the plants in this room, they are like my children.
The pleasant flowers in this flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Moncama, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What did I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in the full bloom in the flower box. I swear, if I hadn't missed that piece of if I hadn't accidentally clicked past and not pressed that piece of dialogue, I wouldn't have lost any health. This is really frustrating. Like, I can't make that. I can make like 3 more mistakes. Oh. Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way.
Ha! I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna be taken away, sir.
Yeah, that there is like what is called a plant-made likeness to himself. It's meant to be like Kirkus Alba.
Well, I've done is state what I saw.
I have made not a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case, one that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine the flower box. How does the contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They are my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I inspect every single suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of wine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Mother Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, do you? You have such confidence in the face your current plight, but I highly doubt it will last until the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have the bite back up that bark after you see this evidence. The true passion flowers reveal can be seen with this piece of evidence. Tina, who was supposedly in Babel the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers.
And what? So what? Is this really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that has been smuggled between countries tonight.
Ayah!
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in alabaster, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babel the whole time. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife in the statue.
Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babel.
How did these support sticks find their way to Babel and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. 89, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
It's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what is important. But when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object in question is right here.
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting.
I am. These hair sticks, or rather, plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows.
Ayah!
I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices, but this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So Babel's statue was straight in the other grass stove and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primodoc statue didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
The Primodoc statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't.
I'm glad you understand.
Don't you me, sir? I'm just doing my job.
Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primodoc statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit more of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
The Babel statue was straight in the hourglass clove and then shot over here.
But that's incredibly scene. You just happen to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
Ha! And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right?
Yes, so I hear.
And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids.
Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you have ever stood in court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible.
Ha! You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them.
But we're in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct?
Just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusion, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues.
It wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch?
And finally we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was shot, tied to an arrow, and then shot into Mr. Coach's office.
Later, Sam. It was nice to have you by.
All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babylonis Embassy. And what you're claiming is really what happened. I can see how Alabaster Primodoc statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babel's Primodoc statue?
Doc,
shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babel. Going in the opposite way of the gravity from the 3rd floor of Babylese embassy out to the 5th floor of the Alabastian embassy. How do you explain that? Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent 9, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle the Babel's Primidoc statue. I believe it was done via rotary motion, if the two statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously, get real, the statue would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of wire tied to it, a circular bell can be formed. Lang, she says, don't object and call it a success. What is beyond reasonability? Take into account the tension difference between the two wires. If the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lying. As you know, the Primidoc statue is one of a kind national treasure, and in fact the Babel statue is a hollow replica of the real statue. It would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang, she says.
Ow!
Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery conspirators set themselves up in 2 different rooms. Co-conspirators bridged the rooms by shooting the 2 ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the 2 of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babel, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. Ah! This proves it, right, Agent Line? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. More? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. Believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. What's a piece to this trick? Are 2 pulleys? Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Aye! Aye! Yeah, I have no idea how to translate that. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. Ah, you really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of the ceiling fan in both Alabaster and Babylese offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. Real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this world wait for this fool. For his food. Why are you so hesitant, Master Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is.
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprits knew that both officers had ceiling fans shows that the person has very detailed information on the Empress's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Kirkus Elba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was that ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. There's one thing, one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Want us to examine this? Yes, for I believe that by examining it, we will finally have all the answers. Like I said, items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. All evidence related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again. I fear that I was mistaken. But there is one piece that has only been partially taken. That piece which lies at the heart of the smuggling is what I should present. I would fully understand the reasoning behind the situation, but this is kind of frustrating because I picked the Babel's Primadox statue, knowing that it's Babel's statue that was the fake one. But no, I had to pick the Alabastian one because right now the fake one is an Alabast. Had the situation been in reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primadox statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action, and who better to ask for that reason than King Primadox himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. Shield. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean the guy is protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting time for with this? Let's look at some other area. This guy kind of looks like the samurai, don't you think? Alright, maybe it's meant to keep some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of this is required. What in there? Is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. The Primadox statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. Sorry, I got an important message on Discord. But that should not bother us again. also presume the statue contained the counterfeit plate from China. The ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask II and... then in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, covered the samurai's sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alpha, you're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess, and it's all because of you. You're the one who killed Damask II. Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Kochan. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Kirkus Alba. It's not good to speak with such a subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity. My conclusion is anything but, and it's the result of logic and investigation. Logic? Investigation. Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such floppy logic any real weight, do you? It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? I didn't lie. I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. And you did. I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed to be most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on the big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. That's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for you using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. Somehow, if we are able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you will be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence to take to collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be. In a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is the evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. Don't be such a soldier, sir. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside the statue. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? And can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Can you prove it doesn't make... You're talking nonsense! For the gods. It's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after the witch points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bat from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a prosecutor of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence.
Needless to say, we want Karmas our command to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of men from Wonkama, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in the legality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is the prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hands, here and now. I honestly don't remember the right answer to this one, and I have so little health that I'd rather save and make sure that we don't lose all this progress. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond the limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Master Manny Kochen. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? How do you know that the card is not the only thing I was given? What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. KG-8 incident. The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting, I must admit. I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented. Hey, the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has freed reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15, 1:34 AM, Theatre Michelle's lobby. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bat's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directive card from the smuggling ring. This is a section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. As you can see, Mr. Kochen is holding the card in his right hand.
Let's see. The killer is indeed holding the card with the exact same assignment. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it?
Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. A section of this card is obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is in Kodopian. According to Detective Bat, silence the CCU is what is written here, along with the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. Insecticide was good, but it's good. Ambassador Albus director cards bears the mark of a three-legged raven. In other words, a Yargarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for the group's name, Yargarasu. Dark red blood. I tried to pick the blood several times. Seriously, game. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in a terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This card passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. An official Cadobian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links to the smuggling ring with Cadobia. This section will make it clear to us. You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that flower. We'll get rid of it later. Then this. Shape of this pocket and the director card in it. It tells me that without a doubt this person in the car is Mr. Coachum. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day, 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. You done well, boy, to make it this far. We just changed scenery in the background. We are no longer in my office. Now we're in the theater in Neutrus. What's it called? Theatre Neutralis. Yes. Done well, boy, to make it this far. However, upon your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove, don't you think? How so? The Principality of Cadobia no longer exists. So naturally all records from that time period also no longer exist. That arrogance. What, he really means he's already erased all traces of them? We're finished here, my boy. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something that I could use against him. Take that! What the? Ambassador Alba. What is it? You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in succession, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praise, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadobia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person that could be who is sitting in this car is you. But how do you figure that? By that medal captured here in this footage. It is exactly the same medal as the one on your chest. What? This is how it will be, but I won't look back. But this is the path that I have chosen. You move me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? That's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well, I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What then? Regarding the Master Second, I admitted. I did it out of self-defense. Your claiming was justified self-defense. The Master Second attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need to see some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't have particular want to show it off, but this is the proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the Master Second didn't have a single weapon on his... body. Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hit the weapon. You hit? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I fought, and I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. It's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge of it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the Master Second was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crimes alive. Perhaps so if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that, pray tell? Oh. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. Judgment of people who has confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. And I already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effectively even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance in your expression, it's nothing like the face of someone who's already accepted the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hand. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These 2 layers of protection that extraterritorial provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. There's nothing we can do. Please save.
March 15 to 11 a.m. Featuring Trials Lobby. I can't believe it's so extraterritoriality. Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him? I know.
Hey, Mr. Pusk, sorry to skip out on you, but I got some business to take care of.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'd go as to the grassel and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare!
Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit of too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And you did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on everyone, we can't give up yet. Hey, I want you to think about something for a second. We never let up even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find a rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you.
Okay then, I'll go check out Babel a bit more, sir.
And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, should I do a bit of housekeeping? Passion flower data erased from my organizer. Ambassador Albus seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastan soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like the embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Dynasty Second, run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Coach and Babel. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babel also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. We take some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of those special rights. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. But while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francisca's alright. Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers. Yep, definitely Francisca. Well, I guess we're going the other way. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babel. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time, there's Babylon's embassy. We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination, or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? More reason to inspect every single nook and cranny. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species. I never thought would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow? Well, nope, I don't think it's related at all. Even though I know she's right.
Are you still here? Are you still trying to force me to admit you people have no reason to still be here? Now please leave. I'm afraid I can't do that. If you won't leave on your own, I will have no choice but to force you out. Hold it! I don't believe we'll be meeting again. However, I pray for your success. We're not through here yet. And we got thrown out. I still blame that situation with Francisca. But yeah. We're already an hour over time. Well, not an hour, but 45 minutes. This case is like incredibly long. Now that we have full health again, we should be fine running through it, because it's rare I make mistakes that takes half of my health bar like that. Release ink. Flowers. Oh, I still only have one. Okay. Rapus' national symbol is the butterfly, and alabaster is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide of tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Oh! Yes, it is a handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Natalis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. Since there was something he doesn't want us to investigate. Those things are not related. Not allowed in here. Flowers were sent by a variety of people with goodwill. Nothing of important. So we skip this one. Already checked this one. Add it to my evidence. So it's Kirk's Alba's wound. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit bills in Shengfa. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taken off into the sky. The plate is finely crafted as these. It's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot.
From room expansions to the garden upkeep, it looks like a lot of construction is going on. Mr. Paladin said that all this work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Koji passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him. He's got really charming with that ambassador. What can I say? I just have good nose for money. Gonna save real quick. Just before something goes off. And yeah. I'm pretty sure this will lose me the game again. Yeah, I had a feeling. I'm kind of running out of options here. I kind of regret getting up late today because we would have had a little bit more time right now. Don't have that much time right now. I don't. Let's see here. Are these in any way related? They are. Okay. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Balinese ink and paper must have been hidden in the secure location. But what do you think would happen if the renovations had begun? Well, we probably had to find a better hiding place to get rid of it all. Right. So we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling ring. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? It's the one person who has been erasing all the evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill men Kojin. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Kochin. Monsieur said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Kochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Kochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Was Mr. Kochin pushing really hard for Mr. Palatino to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alba's Primadox statue. So Mr. Kochin hired the masked second to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what was up to, he killed Mr. Kochin. It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. Mr. Kochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. Really, we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Kochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian embassy was likely to meet the Balinese Mr. Kochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed murder is... Can't save here, that's just great. The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? The only place that the both of them would have been in here is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. But that wipes out one of the extraterrestrial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for Alabasta and Babel post-haste. Babel's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca, I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babel. You would do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Ivan Kama strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babel investigation report as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. You won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't patronized me enough already for a lifetime. This video contains footage from Alabasta immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. Which minute footage should I examine? I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself. He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Cadovian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't able to figure out why. My ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making the exact same scary face that he was making a minute ago. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears that he is get flustered around the ambassador. I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabasta too. You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about this bulge. If only I had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babel's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Wait, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That's right, there is the contradiction. Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. Was this body found in Babel? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Oh, I so needed that. Ambassador Alba? I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You had your fun and you enjoyed our little game. I dare say you even achieved a new high score. However, once you recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over. No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Palladino. Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precocious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further. Ambassador Palladino. Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, though I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. And that's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manikochin. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it seems it's not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi? That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babel. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate if you would move out of my way. I said hold it. What is it this time? You did. But you still have yet to really answer my question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you a little longer. Miles Edgeworth as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father's killed, isn't it? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagrasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. So that's why we just got to catch him now, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it at the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm under suspicion. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassadorship, I don't think you are the combination is more than enough for more than a reason for suspicion. Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primidoc statues. All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy. What do you mean by that? Under your hypothetical scenario, Coach and I were fellow smugglers. That is correct. It is not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that one aside for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see it, I'd appreciate it if you will take me seriously. I'm sorry, I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I have no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it. Please stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being. Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. Crossbow arrows. Tisk tisk, Mr. Alba. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too, namely you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the 5th of Alabaster Primidoc statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt of the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me. Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait. What? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only got one question. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man he was my subordinate, which is why I would like to figure out the real cause of his death. That's something for Babel to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Palino. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Palino. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Kay!
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yadagrasso's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but why do you suggest for him to stop leaving?
You just have to leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Bernard Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Bernard Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second Kitty incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yadagrasso's key.
Yes, the organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But what sort of trickery won't work on me?
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
What's that toy there?
This Fury device was used by the Yadagrasso, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yadagrasso took up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabasta, right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, till I hand over these two pieces of evidence.
Yadagrasso, ever the thorn in my side.
Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all that information info my father and Uncle Bat found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in you, Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay, when the goings get tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. Applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all burying a person like me?
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palladino's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. Last time I met with Mr. Coaching was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Coaching again after that. So as you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since your people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you though, you reach the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence, understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Coaching was killed before he returned to Babel, in which case there is only one statement to which I need present evidence. was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there's no time in span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree?
Save real quick. And because I'm uncertain, and he's gonna punish us quite harshly if we fail here, so and I do want to wrap this thing up today, so that. Again. Amazing diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Koji didn't return to Babel alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Koji from the start. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was a commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's a commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well. You should, for it was you who brought it into this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. Ah! It's time for me to catch my flight. We're not through yet. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, but I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right, this man is an ambassador and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Is that exactly the face you should be making? The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Hey, the course. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Agent Lang, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Elba. I'm through playing games with you. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Lang Shi says before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. Imperial household? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video, your grass is protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me as descendant of the founder of the entertainment philosophy, Lang Shi.
4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
Oh, what a shame.
I hadn't so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working honest ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that one over us? We already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. No, I won't be stopped.
Still intends to fight us. But what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence of me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I'd expect no less from you, the boss of smuggling wing. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left the bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out there and used it right. Besides, the claim that he was killed here in civil is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babel? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Look, don't you think you had enough fun with me? You already stole my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
You have no plans to return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without a title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness.
Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understood that all I can do is present evidence to his testimony. That's right. As I explained earlier, the commemoratory photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right?
Excuse me. The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
What a pathetic excuse.
The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures.
It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take.
I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. I could have been my secretary.
You're an even bigger slime ball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates.
In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing.
I left the bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken it. You still wish to deny your actions.
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? I am not in denial. Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can't let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I. Wait. For the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Quite the pair of frightening women you are, but I digress.
Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? Even if I was found in Babel, he was killed somewhere else.
Stop bluffing, because you can't prove that what you're claiming. If this were a court material in my country, you have already been removed from the room. Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way with evidence.
I was just joking.
Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident. If you will befriend us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return the testimony.
Very well. I will.
There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Is that really so? You could easily blackmail your supporters to be quiet and then move the body.
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, and the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as make an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicion.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If I were to retrace Mr. Alba's movement, we should find some hint to solving this case. Well, right after this the Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabasta, right?
From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babylonian embassy. He couldn't have gone to Babel, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. It's possible that the body was temporarily taken into a different location first.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife and a bouquet. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There's no way for me to transport the body to theater of Babel.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mr. Alba? Actually, I do believe there is a way for you to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Did I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every move.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside this pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the caused lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Coach's body. You had to steal Samurai will his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess, but I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit for now it is but a hypothesis. However,
if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy! To Gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirits that Puffs left me with, I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire Samurai family was in Alabasta. Where exactly in the open air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir!
It's blood.
This might be Mr. Coach's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Coach's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
I forced him to move the body into Alabasta. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabasta, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babel. However, what if you moved the body to Alabasta? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabasta.
No!
If I can show you moved the body from Alabasta to Babel, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it, and so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you return to Alabasta. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at the time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point, which means there is no question that it can't be answered, right? Primlock statue was smuggled successfully through the brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. It's Alabast. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all. It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the Mask II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. On those trifling matters, I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You? It's not a real life precious. Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. Come now, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was all around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in the office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it going to take for you to fess up already? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, well, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures and raced back to my office. And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into the masked man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask II. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primlock statue he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Van Kamen is really letting her whip fly now. Ugh. I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you come up with how the body was moved to Babel? Sir. Mr. Edgeworth! Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? No, it is not. Yes, that we made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be at your allies in battle. Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai? No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Poo. These two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show gratitude, Edgy. We just want to help, yeah. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust on my samurais. Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Mitchell? All three of us came to lend you a hand, and this is how you treat us. Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah. I found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. It appears that not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in a Babel. And he found it in a pool? Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babel. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in... That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant and Larry lost managed to move between two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of the pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's not a smuggling route between two countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babel is... the bilateral symmetry. That's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. It's it, Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Coach's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry means that this is where we need to examine. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy is mirror image of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location in the Babel East side. Mr. Cody's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Alabasta. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of the pool, and not just any pool. It was in the Babelese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. And where is your proof that these two sides are connected? Seriously? Well, the proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did thanks to this hero of Justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed through to Babel. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe he made it, but... he has a point. Yeah, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. But that's where are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Cody's body was found in his office in Babel. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage? Oh, that one is easy. Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipes. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half baked. In the end, it's all just a befuddled musing of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of supporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babel? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it! Now I believe this time was really done. Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are the most persistent man. Are you saying that you thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water. That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
That's what it sounds like. The night events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Tonight, the Autographs set fire to a variety of locations at the Babylese embassy. In order to put out the fires, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir water level went down. Enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
So what? The water level went down. The reservoir were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in the game where it comes to a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Even if all the water was used in the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up the wall.
Ladders or footholds along the walls. There were no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain software, they could go up or down the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise to the ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be a way to move the body was moved. This was used that the body and Miss Sheena could move up and down the pool. Mr. Alba used the fountain sprouts in the manner of speaking.
Use the fountain sprouts? How so?
The water level in the pool can be controlled by opening and closing the sprouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by the buoyancy in water. The fire on the Beverly side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Coach's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Albert closed the fountain sprouts advance in preparation of things to come. Then, he took the push cart that was through the rose garden and pushed it along with the iron infant and Mr. Coach's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. And then she made the open air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in the pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabaster into Babel. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Albert simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the secretary's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see. Even with her small frame, she could have easily transport Mr. Coachen's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved.
No!
Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back!
You accused me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man mean now? Proof. I believe is what he seeks.
Yes, proof.
Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are you going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the holes connecting the pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pool were the smuggling route. What's another thing that smuggled over Babel's open-air area?
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece what I found in the Beverly side will be your undoing. A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What is it?
This is something I found at the open air stage, which was transported with the body. And I just assumed that you would recognize it since you took a photo with it, after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill you in on what I found at this, the stage actually belongs to.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it appears that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when I try to fit this pick onto that open slot. It's a perfect fit! I assumed that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story, because for some odd reason the flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open air stage pool. Now I ask, how did you, a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater, wind up in the open air stage area in the Beverly side of the embassy? Don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as the petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden pool and through into Babel.
Impossible! The people of Xingfa has been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home will be there soon. You should be happy. This why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life, no matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call that what you're given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Wait, there's an entire extra chapter? We're gonna wrap this up. I feel like we're so close though. March 15, 3:33 AM, Theatre Neutralis lobby. Mr. Alba, I requested you testify once more, as if there were anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here in the Theatre Neutralis. Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborate on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. You were in the theater, proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah! I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who's cool. Yeah, the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who's the super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Now stop wasting my time, Larry. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, it's okay. I'm Larry Silence in the peanut gallery. There is no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Thank you, Francisca. Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final bell. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trust in you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. This is really the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you committed. What? Hey! What the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. I wonder if Mr. Alba was really there watching the show. I don't think so, because the only time he had to commit the murder was during the show. And the only time he could have placed the body into the pushcart was during the scenes when the Iron Infant was not out on stage. Then it means that by the end of the stage show... Are you saying that the body was already in the pushcart by then? No way! You mean I was pushing a dead body around? Oh, that you used me in such a foul manner is unforgivable, evil magistrate! Well put, Steel Samurai. And now I will show to all those present just who is the evil magistrate that the Steel Samurai must defeat. But it was dark on yours. Well, I remember the concept of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How could you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the samurai uses when he's using his samurai spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was of the never-before-seen early summer rain jab move. Actually, you are incorrect, Mr. Alba. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. Samurai spear, what about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Yeah. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! Correct, because he couldn't use the spear at a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you wouldn't know the move that was used. You would have known the move that was used. Hercules Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show, did you, tonight? Haha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Koshin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what's so funny? You're so sloppy. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it anyway. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. You can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I wanted to watch this entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone whom wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. What was that just now? It would appear young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, just hold a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as the Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samurai-maniac. What exactly is a Steel Samurai-maniac? I believe they meant to say a Steel Samurai-maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognized me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any figure. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Albert directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai. What is it for? I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jam. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret. Larry, wait, what did you just say? Did I say something stupid again? You say that the early summer rain jam was actually a secret. Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like they only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by the time I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. It's basically because we changed the move to the Sushi Slash. We can't pretend the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out that we changed the move, so we made it a secret. Basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious, and I pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you! I suspect that you already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. So, now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Kirkus Alba. You are the one who said it yourself, that the man of the move was Early Summer Rain Jap. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Kirkus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to the staff member and asked it. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right? But that was the big deal, sir. I don't see what that means. And there's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let that slide. This related to both the dressing room and Mr. Coach's murder.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then right after the show went into Alabaster along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb.
But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart. Correct, and it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room that it would be the ideal location for the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. Because Albert, during the show, he went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why.
Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'm placing you on arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest! Not so fast. What is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for direction, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk. Still trying to get out of this. Do you really think you can get away with this point?
Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the anti-evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps. Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use the little thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we're already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that we found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing to find there.
And if there is no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under territorial rights, and the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. There's no other course of action left to us.
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers!
First Larry and now you.
What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgepoo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about the things I don't get at all. I'm all leaving this lady a sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgepoo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing from you.
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present for my love, to my sweet Edgepoo. Are you ready? It's this.
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes, oh Edgepoo. Here, go on and eat one, and you'll feel right as rain.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgepoo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's long love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good I fed you. You were nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve made food. I mean, isn't it the type of every woman to make goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. Time ago, as you used to say, could an ingredient threw it in front of me. Oh, I swear. Miss Edgeworth, Can't you do anything about her? There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it all. You people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on it, fan like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it. I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? Sure, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a rising sun dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this rising sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction. A present. Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to empty people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced Steel Samurai unwilling to move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together, no matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within it first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. This has been a long stream, guys. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Etty Poo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Albert, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. I do believe that you erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. You're bluffing. Oh ho, hey Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's junkyard. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put this old man away? The trace of evidence that will bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs is with a rising sun fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. What? Blood, you say? Adeline, I like this blood analyzed post-haste. Haha, I've got to admit I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe you found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto. But why was the blood on the box to begin with? If we think about it, the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Yeah, you have great memory, Ichi. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in it. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Mr. Holberg managed to steal that one box before they got to take them away. Looks like Mr. Holberg also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it for myself.
Fergus Alba, I say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How? How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cogent and what?
Yeah, so Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has to shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And is there something like that means something?
Huh? Excuse me, sirs.
Report! What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it! With this Crocus Alba!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question?
The one from before, or have you forgotten?
Even if that is Mr. Coach's blood, what difference will it make?
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was at the dressing room. But it does prove that I am your killer, does it?
He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence, it's meaningless?
Can't be. We're so close, sir.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. I finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse...
Oh, my voice is getting at its limit.
What's that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me! Why did you... because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more?
What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned, it's not from the same blood type as the victim's blood. No.
What? What did you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim's, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I.
Ah, my, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, alright. Name me my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
Well, you would like to believe.
But what if someone preparing a samurai dog had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess that's possible.
Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Lucas Alba, you bastard!
Silence. Don't you ever address me with such filthy words again. I wasted enough time here with you and you have your answer. Now let me through. This case is goddamn never ending. I don't mind streaming long, but it's been 6 hours and also I want dinner. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. And also it won't pay off to end the stream here and come back next week because I'm not streaming just half an hour or however little that is left.
Someday I'll have the satisfaction of singing my fangs into you, you'll see. And all the Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes.
Also my voice is giving way.
Do you know what your words sound like to me?
They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Aroo!
this really the extent of all we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been packed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you, kids, that I was removed from the center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now, nor ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful. How so? Kirkus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Now, mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey. To Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Ms. Wonkama, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that the blood is not the victim's. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to? Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood in the soil of this box of samurai dogs belongs to Kirkus Alba. The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Kirkus Alba. What? Why is this blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even the victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Kochin's body was being loaded onto the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there's only one other person that it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Kochin was the one who was being stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder Mr. Kochin had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence to show that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time?
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when the masked second attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that really what happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as a fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're on to talk, Mr. Alba. You managed to give the law the sniff for 10 years as the smuggling wing's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. Or you can't hide that. You truly are one of a kind of criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I overlooked something. You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater dressing rooms, right? Yes, that's correct. I like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from. Oh, this theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabastrian knife in a bouquet. There must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Coach's strategy is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me how.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Kojin brought the weapon into the theater. It's honestly quite simple. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu key.
That key?
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it's both key and the knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater.
No!
You can dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kojin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe there was a document about Kudobian papers signed by Mr. Kojin, in order to make it look like Mr. Kojin died as the leader of the smuggling. You had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Kirkus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace. And I'm so glad Sam has already left. He's French and he might have cringed at my pronunciation of that.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you, especially the man Kojin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserves to die with bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu card on how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling children and that stupid dog. Meddling prosecutors.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Edgeworth!
March 17, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Ooh, this is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplash at it.
Having to face Mr. One Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Oh, I don't know what... I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. Boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking... That flight attendant and even Mr. Postman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Tammy Millie was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Postman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
iFly Airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big job that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Tick?
Oh, nothing. It's just... Well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring, but all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KT8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KT8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Kojin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackrell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trial's end today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
Easy you and Dead Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Palladino. Shrimp, crab, beef, I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir?
Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Palladino has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has announced as the official ambassador of the newly unified Codopia. Ah, but what a pity! Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said. Please let me have them, sir.
Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you gotta be more alert than that.
Ugh!
I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. F's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Lang, she says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. But that's and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all of the counterfeit bills, so Shengfa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one to thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
Chad victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
Alright. About time for the trial to start. I will see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Haha! Hope you got enough, because I'm going to go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagrasso, the story of those who choose to dedicate their lives to pursuit of truth. Prosecutors are those who seek guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me when I was young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are, and that is because even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other, I feel the fight within me rising. Roll credits! Oh, this has been a long stream. Oh, it's been a long stream. And I'm going to stream more tonight. I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation.
thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design the new line of I-Fly jumbo jets. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-balled, yellow-seated jet.
Edgeworth, at the rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. The primitive statue of Principality of Cordobia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the ambassador of Perino was most generous. We finally caught Agent Hex Killer, and it was all able to witness Mr. Albert's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work on another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cordobian court awaits. Cordobia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there.
This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir! I thought it was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge too! I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with the Ruffles man.
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I'll help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically speaking. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped is in the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Oh, stop it. Lauren! When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here today, day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
I really like this judge, he's great.
Phew, I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Why not come to Cordobia for summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own, then we had a few problems with the fire marshals. But the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yargarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist the case help in creating our latest attraction. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcakes. Hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog in a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all really, but so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up with that. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. There, you really have a way with misphrasing everything. I'm gonna have him eat one of my dogs.
Today, I gave testimony in court. Today, as a member of the Yargarasu. Yo, Mr. Bat, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed the elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, or who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Lang Shi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Youth, when did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs on my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
Was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days? Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under the headpiece every time I see him. And then some creepy fuzzy pink animal and then was pink Prince of the Greater Justice. But since I was young and styled hair, had to wear my own costume or something. But even that just sounds like nah, 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 nah. March 17, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, Room 1202.
Oh, it feels so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, and nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they began a large-scale operations, clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang. So, what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh well, we're taking care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know, maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Oh, are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gami.
Oh, what a relief.
Hey,
Yes? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
of course.
but I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yaragarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the two other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth? The only thing I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yaragarasu is needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see. Kay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak on in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you could came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home hasn't been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, a commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that! I can't be seen doing...
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese!
And thus, the long tale of the KT-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
And with that, we wrap up Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. We will be beginning Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth 2, A Prosecutor's Path, next week. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see what happens next week, you can always subscribe, or you can follow my Twitter, which is linked down below. Other than that, I guess I'll be spawning out. Bye!